And Clark Howard explains when shopping for an electric car can be the best deal today at 4. Truly.
It's more work for you guys. I mean, it's work for you guys and for me.
Yeah.
You know. Okay, then she's rolling.
All right, 3. What a man is accused of doing at a Butler County community pool that has him facing charges. Then the fast food chain authorities are looking into amid the parasitic virus outbreak and the new test that determines your risk for Alzheimer's at 5. Tonight at 6, a local police department seeing a rise in reports of check washing. The mailbox, police say, is being targeted and what you can do to protect your money. Tonight at 6. Tonight, the Parkway East closure and the latest on the demolition of the old Commercial Street Bridge. Then how long these hotter temperatures will last and the next chance for storms. Tonight at 6:30 on Fox 53. Is that smoke supposed to head in our direction, Stephen?
It is tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, later tonight is tomorrow.
But that's kind of it. It's not going to get any worse.
I think tomorrow, they just issued a code red air quality alert.
Oh, okay. But just for like one day, or is it expected to continue?
Code orange on Friday.
Oh.
Code red tomorrow, code orange Friday.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm just adjusting the lights, all my lights, and I'm doing this thing.
Tonight, the Parkway East closure and the latest on the demolition of the old Commercial Street Bridge. Probably. Yeah. All right, 3. What a man is accused of doing at a Butler County I said that wrong. Let me try it again. What a man is accused of doing at a Butler County community pool that has him facing charges. Then what police want you to know after a rise in reports of check washing in our area and another local school district banning students from having phones, why they say it is needed. Next at 10 on Fox 53.
Hey there, good day to you from across the water from here in Iran. We've heard reports of fresh
Sports in a minute.
The MLB All-Star Game is just a few hours away, and while no members of the Pirates will be playing in tonight's Midsummer Classic, both Paul Skeens and Braxton Ashcraft are in Philly taking in all the festivities. Skeens explaining what it's been like for him.
I think I'm to a point. Thank you. Sorry that took so long. They issued a air quality alert for tomorrow. 3, 2, 1. Then how long these hotter temperatures will last and the next chance for storms tonight at 10 on Fox 53. This one? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Then I'm tracking how long this heat wave will last.
Your Severe Weather Team 11 forecast.
Hey, good evening, everyone. And the heat keeps coming. Heat advisory continues through tonight. Heat indices up in the 90s, close to 100. And a newly issued air quality alert for tomorrow. Air quality will be unhealthy for all of us tomorrow. So if you need to be spending an extended amount of time outside, make sure you're prepared for that. And I'll show you more coming up. Thunderstorms on the forecast boards for Saturday, and a few of those may bring some heavier downpours. So a lot going on in the short term. First, the air quality alert for tomorrow. Unhealthy code red for sensitive groups in particular, but also including folks that are out and about. The air quality will be unhealthy, and we are looking at slightly cooler temps for tomorrow. High temperatures still in the 90s, but maybe on the lower end of that spectrum as a result of the orange coloring here coming southward through the day. Tomorrow's high temperatures tomorrow coming back to 92, so still another 90-degree day. But when you look at the heat indices, we're not looking for those scorchers over the 100-degree mark at this point. Rain showers are back in for the weekend. At this point, it does look like we'll have better chances for showers and storms coming in on Saturday. The heat index forecast for tomorrow, again, back in the upper 90s as opposed to the lower 100 range. But the excessive heat risks still will be a factor if you're going to be spending time outside. And when you add to that the air quality concerns, it is going to be difficult for some folks if you're out and about. Things cool off as we head into your weekend, always in view, but it does come with that threat for showers and storms, especially on Saturday. High temperature at 83, 84 back on Sunday with a few showers, and then we're back in the mid-80s on Monday. Come on. Let's go. Bueller. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Hey, good evening, everyone. The heat advisory continues through the night tonight. Still going to be hot tomorrow, but we've added in an air quality alert, a cold code red, as a result of the unhealthy air quality. Wildfire smoke will continue to pour in tomorrow, and then going into your weekend, the chance for thunderstorms. We've got a lot to show you tonight on Channel 11 News. I'll see you then.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, PennDOT says a siren will go off 5 minutes before and then 1 minute. Thank you. I did, yes.
Now. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Okay, I can hear myself. I had to drop out real quick, so can you have one of them talk? Susan's right here, can you have Susan talk?
Sure, Addison, can you hear me? We're going to turn things over to Addison Albert now, who's been talking to visitors and people who live in this neighborhood who have been coming by to see what's going on today. Can you hear me, Addison?
Yep.
Okay.
Mic check, hello, check, check.
Mike.
Mic check 3579.
Hey, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you.
Channel 11 News starts with breaking news.
Breaking in the last hour, the Commercial Street Bridge now scheduled to come down sometime between 6 and 9 o'clock tonight. And you are looking live at the bridge along the Parkway East. We will get back to that major story in just a minute. But first, we are following more breaking news. A change in leadership at the Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire.
And within the last hour, Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor announced Fire Chief Daryl Jones will be retiring later this year. Chief Investigator Rick Earl is live at the Breaking News Desk with the details. Rick.
Yeah, guys, after a 7-week investigation into the finances and operations of the fire department, the city just announcing minutes ago that Fire Chief Daryl Jones will now retire on September 16th. The mayor in a news release saying it's in the best interest of the city to move forward under new leadership. Jones, who has been the chief for nearly 20 years, was suspended with pay last month after the new administration launched a review of his management and oversight of the Fire Bureau. Sources telling 11 investigates there were questions about excessive overtime, failure to discipline firefighters, and as 11 investigates just reported last week, a firefighter who Jones allowed to continue working even though he failed his emergency medical technician test. Now, that firefighter was fired last week. Jones has not commented on any of this. This afternoon, Mayor Corey O'Connor releasing a statement saying, in part, I'd like to thank Daryl Jones for his service and commitment to our country and the city of Pittsburgh. He's a good man that has done important work for our fire department and the safety of our communities. Now, Assistant Chief Matthew Davis will serve as the acting chief until a permanent replacement is found. Before Pittsburgh, Davis served as the fire chief in Dormont. Now, Jones will not return to the city. He will use a combination of vacation time and paid leave until he retires on September 16th. That is the very latest reporting live in the studio on the Breaking News Desk. Rick Earl, Channel 11 News.
All right, well, thank you. And now to our other big story breaking today, the demolition of the Commercial Street Bridge, now set to happen sometime between 6 and 9 o'clock tonight.
The bridge demolition has been one of the big questions that we have been getting about the Parkway East closure all week long, and our Team 11 coverage is following all angles of this story, starting with Channel 11 Susan Cope and anchoring our coverage live above the construction zone in Squirrel Hill. Susan.
Yeah, Gordon and Lisa, I am in Squirrel Hill. I have the bridge right behind me. As you can see, we can hear the crews over there are working. Right here is Frick Park, and then across the way is Swiss Hound Park, just to give you a good idea of where our location is. And we have Channel 11 crew members all up and down this promenade waiting for the demolition, which, as you mentioned, we're hearing is going to be sometime between 6 and 9. I have been out in this neighborhood a lot, looking at the bridge from the very beginning, when this all started in 2024. And just seeing this bridge and the work that they are doing on it to build the new bridge right next to it, which is in Frick Park, and then slide it into place, has been so interesting. And I talked to a woman this morning and I said, why are we so fascinated by this bridge? We're a city of bridges. We have bridges all over the place. And she said it's the engineering. It's what folks at home through the camera, it really doesn't do it justice. So being here in person, this is massive. The work that they are doing has been going on around the clock. You can come here at night and see the guys working. And we do have Lauren Talata, who has a bird's eye view of the bridge and is looking down on the work that's going on. Lauren.
Yeah, Susan, some of the biggest questions we are getting from people is how exactly will they know when the demolition is going to take place? Well, we just found out from a PennDOT that a siren will go off twice, once 5 minutes before and another 1 minute before the demolition. And taking a live look at our view from the parking lot of Walnut Towers, many people who live here will have that bird's eye view of the explosive demolition as it gets underway here in the next few hours. Now, PennDOT has set up a security perimeter with an 800 feet radius surrounding the work site that the public should stay outside of, again, between the 6 and 9 o'clock time frame. An incident management team will check the perimeter with personnel and drones. It's important to note if anyone is found within the blast zone, this will delay the explosion. Now, PennDOT told us the explosive process will only occur after crews and emergency personnel have cleared that blast radius on the ground and in the air. They will then declare the zone safe for explosion. They're telling residents to proceed with their daily lives as usual in and around their homes, but to be prepared for a loud sound during the explosion, of course, and anticipate additional dust afterwards. People here at Walnut Towers told us they'll be waiting.
I have been taking pictures kind of, from my apartment, going to see a whole kind of time lapse of, from where the bridge is fully up and running to where it is now, and yeah, hopefully I'll be able to see the demolition.
I've been looking for places to watch this. I'm impressed with how much they've done so far. Seems like they're on track, and happy to see that.
Pretty exciting stuff. Now, PennDOT told us none of the nearby homes are in the blast zone. Back to you.
All right, Lauren, thanks so much. And yeah, we are in the neighborhood called Somerset at Frick. So that way, it's lined with all of these homes as we are taking a look at the bridge behind us. There have been visitors coming by and checking things out all day today. Obviously, it is very hot. We can confirm that. We've been sitting out here all afternoon. There is one guy off camera here. He's been here since 8 a.m. waiting for this, taking pictures and just waiting for his opportunity to see what happens next. Let's turn things over to Addison Albert now, who's been talking to visitors who've been walking along this promenade.
Susan, like you said, we've been seeing people all day, but not too many people. They typically walk along here on this sidewalk, but we spoke to neighbors nearby who say that they believe that people are staying inside because of what you just mentioned, the heat. But although it is hot outside and there is a little bit of foot traffic, we can still feel the excitement. Neighbors here say that they are just really, really anticipating hearing and seeing something that's going to happen right outside of their front door.
You know, it's 90 plus degrees, so I think that most people are going to get a bird's eye view by watching the local news and following it that way.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, I've been watching, the progress. I mean, we live right here, but I've also been, looking at all the pictures. I'm so thoroughly impressed with how much progress they made just from closing the bridge on Friday. So I'm pretty excited about the implosion.
Now, taking a live look at that bridge, we're still hearing work being done. We're hearing beeps. We're hearing hammering as well. So it's still a very active scene. Our drone pilots are also standing by, waiting to get that notification that this implosion is happening. So we're going to be covering it from all different angles, like we've been mentioning. Some of the questions we've received from people either stopping in their cars or walking by are, again, what Lauren just mentioned. When is this going to happen? So it seems like the whole city of Pittsburgh is just itching to find out that timeline, and we'll be here ready to give it to you. Back to you, Susan.
All right, Addison, thanks so much. And of course, for the folks who live in this area, this is a big deal. But if you live in Cranberry or you live way down in the South Hills and you're wondering why is this such a big deal, it's just the fact that they have put so much work into this. The engineering alone just blows your mind. For example, in Wilkinsburg, they had to lower the off-ramp so that trucks could detour that way when all of this got shut down. They've had to move sewer lines. They have covered up some of the trails in Frick Park. There's just so many things that have changed. The road going down forward to Commercial Street and then back up into Swiss Helm Park, they actually changed the road and built a new road so that cars could get through while they were building that bridge. The amount of work, I can't state it enough, has just been tremendous, Gordon.
Yeah, Susan, a lot has gone into this and more work still continuing. And we are following breaking news right now because of the construction out there. Channel 11 traffic expert Tricia Pittman is back this afternoon. And Tricia, there's a water main break right now along the detour route.
Yeah, unfortunately, that local detour route is not going to be able to be used because of a water main break. It's on South Braddock Avenue between Roslyn and Woodstock. So you're looking at our camera right now along South Braddock, and it would be behind us is where that break is. So instead of taking the local detour, which takes you out to the Edgewood Swissvale interchange to South Braddock, Rankin 837, you will not be able to use that detour. You'll have to use the highway detour instead. That means instead of exiting at Edgewood Swissvale, you're going to exit at Oakland. You're going to continue Forbes to South Belfield, 5th Avenue, which becomes then Penn and Ardmore Boulevard back to the Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. Now, some drivers may think this is the longer detour. You are covering perhaps more mileage this way. However, because it's further spread out, the drive times are the same. Again, this is a water main break on South Braddock that is impacting the local detour route, so you have to use the highway detour route in the outbound direction. You will be exiting at the Oakland interchange.
Tricia, thank you. And before you head out the door, make sure you download the WPXI News app. We have everything you need to know about the Parkway East closure, including project updates, available detours, and links to where you can check traffic conditions. That app is free to download. New at 4, police say someone shot up a car outside of Burger King in North Versailles. This viewer picture shows officers along Walmart Drive this afternoon. Police say everyone involved has been identified and there is no threat to the public. No word on whether anyone was hurt in the gunfire.
And today marks the second day of Senator Dave McCormick's Defense and Innovation Summit in Carlisle. This is new video of President Donald Trump arriving in Pennsylvania. He's expected to take part in a roundtable discussion as part of the summit. It brings together defense, technology, and finance leaders here in the Keystone State. Senator McCormick says the summit brought $10 billion in investments to Pennsylvania, supporting more than 4,000 jobs. And if you are looking for a new set of wheels, you might want to consider a used electric vehicle. Coming up at 4:45, Consumer Advisor Clark Howard explains how it can save you money.
And you're looking live at the Commercial Street Bridge along the Parkway East, still on schedule to come down in the next few hours. Our team coverage continues live in Squirrel Hill. Still ahead.
Another school district is banning cell phones in the classroom.
It's the distraction from warning going on is enormous.
Next, why school leaders say the change is necessary.
I feel like so out of touch with everything. I bet. Hey, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Away.
You are looking live at the site of the Commercial Street Bridge. We are waiting on word from PennDOT on the exact time when they will demolish it. Updated timing is that it will happen sometime between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. this evening. Channel 11 Susan Copen, Lauren Tawada, and Addison Albert are out there, and they will have live updates for us throughout this newscast. And new at 4, Crafton police are putting out a warning concerning the local post office. They say someone has been stealing checks from the mailbox outside and then changing the names on the checks. Channel 11's Gabriella DeLuca is joining us live in Crafton. And Gabriella, the police are telling you that they have received at least a half a dozen reports of check washing.
Yes, they've received quite a few in the last couple of weeks. And this right here, this is the blue mailbox where all of those checks are being stolen from. And I want to show you here, it is just steps away from the front doors of the post office here in Crafton. Over the last few weeks, the Crafton police chief tells Channel 11 that half a dozen people have contacted the department to report that their checks were stolen after they put them in the mail. The checks have been washed, meaning that whoever stole them changed the amount of money and other information and then attempted to cash the check for themselves. In some of those cases, the check went through, so they had to file a fraud report. All of the checks were taken from the blue mailbox outside of the Crafton post office that we just showed you. We spoke to a woman who said her check was stolen from the same mailbox a few years ago.
I get a call from the post office police, whatever they're called. And they said, we're calling regarding mail that was stolen. I said, yeah, I can tell you exactly what checks up that never got cashed. And I said, so what do I need to do? And I said, because I'm worried if they steal my identity or what. And then he said, they didn't. We found the person. We got all that mail. They never had the time to do any of it.
That woman was lucky. The chief tells us that this is not only a Crafton problem. Why he is saying that all communities need to be aware of this issue. I'll have that part of the story on Channel 11 News at 6. Reporting live in Crafton, Gabriella DeLuca, Channel 11 News.
Gabriella, thank you. A local school district is banning phones for students. The new policy at Jeanette City Schools bans them in every area of the schools for the entire day of the school day. And it's the latest school district to prohibit students from having cell phones. Channel 11's Rachel Pierce has the new developments and why school leaders say that ban is needed.
The Jeanette City School District Superintendent says that cell phones can be valuable, but can also be a distraction in the classroom. That's why the district has implemented a new policy really limiting the use.
In this letter, Superintendent Matt Jones says, quote, "These changes are intended to create a learning environment where students can focus on instruction while also maintaining a safe, respectful, and secure school community," end quote. Cell phones also won't be allowed in locker rooms or bathrooms. Critics of similar policies have argued cell phones are critical in emergency situations. The district says exceptions are allowed for educational, medical, or emergency purposes.
I think they're all consuming.
Butler Area School District Superintendent Dr. Brian White says their district is also moving forward with its own cell phone ban.
It's the distraction from learning going on is enormous, and it's a constant challenge for our teachers to, try to keep ahead of the cell phones, keep ahead of the distractions.
On the state level, the House and Senate both passed pieces of legislation requiring schools to implement a bell-to-bell cell phone ban, but Dr. White says they want a policy ready in time for this school year.
We anticipate something is coming at some point, but we want to make sure we're not doing something mid-year. We'd rather start the year with a consistent expectation all year.
Back here in Jeanette, the district says that any students that violate its policy may face disciplinary action. Reporting in Jeanette, Rachel Pierce, Channel 11 News.
Thanks, Rachel. The big story we are all following, the demolition of the Commercial Street Bridge, and it is happening on one of the hottest days of the year.
Yeah, it's another heat wave that is moving through the area, Stephen.
Yeah, indeed, Gordon. We're at 90 degrees now with the air temperature 94 in Beaver Falls. So around that Parkway East area, temperatures in the upper 80s to 90s, and likely, obviously, on the pavement and some of the surrounding asphalt, it is hotter than that. The current feels like temperature, and this is the one that really matters, 95 now at Pittsburgh International Airport, 100 in Latrobe, so you put the distance between Greensburg back to Parkway East, Forest Hills, that area, the heat index likely in the mid to upper 90s, so it is definitely a hot afternoon. Here's what we're looking at for the forecast tomorrow. Temperatures tomorrow come back right about where we are now, but the hazy sunshine as a result of some of the cloud cover and also the wildfire smoke is going to temper where we go in terms of high temperatures and the heat index. Still looking at mid to upper 90-degree heat indices, but that may be adjusted as we're getting this data now coming in as a result of the wildfire smoke having a bigger impact on the daytime tomorrow. Newly issued a code red air quality alert for tomorrow, and I'll break that down more, but basically it's for all of us now, not necessarily just sensitive groups. If you have scratchy eyes or coughing, this could be a result of that wildfire smoke. I'll show you more about the wildfire smoke forecast and get you ready for some weekend storms. I'll see you back coming up at 4:45 with more.
Stephen, thank you, and now here's today's local steals and deals.
Hi, I'm here with Carolyn Gracie, who has an exclusive offer on a piece of workout equipment that's going to keep you moving.
I love the Ellipse. We have this at our house. We both use it all the time. This is great to combat that sedentary lifestyle, which you know is so bad, because truly, if you don't use it, you will lose it.
Yeah.
So this is a low-impact way to strengthen your legs, improve your circulation, reduce swelling and leg cramps, and all you do is sit where it's comfortable and pedal.
Okay. And it helps me pedal too, because it has this remote control.
It's assisted, so you can make it go different speeds, but it doesn't jolt you. It's very smooth. Again, low impact. You can make it go forward or backward.
Okay.
This is really great if you are sitting all day at a desk, or if you're a senior and you can't really walk that well anymore. My husband really can't even use his treadmill because of his back problems right now.
And if you're not that strong, this helps propel you so you can help keep that blood flow going.
Exactly. It's so important. And you'll feel so much better, so much faster. It comes with a remote.
Yeah.
So again, you can change the speed, change the direction, and it's motorized, so it helps you along.
And I love that I can just sit back and watch a movie.
Yeah.
It's like I'm working out.
Right? And it hides in the closet or, behind the chair. So it's not in the way. It's very small, but oh so effective.
Well, you got to tell me the special deal on this one.
It's 33% off. That's a savings of $100.
That is amazing. So I know these are going to sell out fast. Thank you so much. All you got to do is go to localsteals.com to get yours.
hero pilot of the Miracle on the Hudson Landing diagnosed with Alzheimer's.
He's clearly a role model, and he will remain that way for many, many years to come.
The powerful message he has for others battling the disease.
A teenage shooting victim laid to rest. The big question his family is still asking weeks after his death.
And changing the clock twice a year could become a thing of the past.
I don't think it's going to be a major impact to the crops themselves.
Next, a farmer is weighing in on the impact the change to daylight saving time could have on his business. We may no longer need to adjust our clocks twice a year. This week, the House passed a bill that would make daylight saving time permanent nationwide. The legislation would put the country on the time currently observed from March to November unless a state exempted itself before the act takes effect. Reporter Leah Bowling talked to a farmer to get his reaction to the time change push.
As lawmakers in Washington are considering making daylight saving time permanent, one local Christmas tree farmer says the debate isn't just about changing clocks, it's about changing one of the busiest seasons of the year.
Ralston Acres owner Dan Ralston says later sunsets in the winter would give families more daylight to find the perfect Christmas tree instead of racing against the setting sun. He says making daylight saving time permanent has pros and cons. Darker mornings could mean getting crews started before sunrise, but brighter evenings would benefit customers. The proposal would affect agriculture differently depending on the type of operation. But no matter what the clock says, Ralston emphasizes crops will grow from sun up to sundown.
I don't think it's going to be a major impact to the crops themselves. I think it's going to be more of an impact to those of us that harvest the crop, work the crop, or buy the crop.
He's leaning in favor of permanent daylight saving time, but hopes neighboring states make the same decision if Congress allows states to opt out.
That was Leah Bowling reporting. The bill now heads to the U.S. Senate, where a similar bill stalled last year.
If you're looking for a new set of wheels, consider going electric. Coming up at 4:45, Consumer Advisor Clark Howard explains which ones could save you more.
More U.S. military airstrikes in Iran still ahead. The impact those overseas strikes are having back here at home.
And you're looking live at the construction site of the Commercial Street Bridge. It's set to come down sometime between 6 and 9 tonight. We have team coverage live from Squirrel Hill next.
You can't go down that trail anymore.
Do you guys have any inside knowledge about when it's going to happen?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test. Is my mic back on? They're going to give a 5.
Do you see my shot now?
I don't think I ever fired it. I was just leaving a shot up.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2, mic check, mic check. Oh my gosh, this is so much better.
Right now at 4:30, you are looking live at the construction zone along the Parkway East, where we are just hours away from the explosive demolition of the old Commercial Street Bridge. PennDOT now says it will happen between 6 and 9 tonight, and a siren will sound 5 minutes ahead of the blast.
Channel 11 News anchor Susan Copeland is live in the city's Squirrel Hill neighborhood, setting the scene for us. Susan.
Hey guys, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little geeking out over this bridge. Maybe that's because I live in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood. I've seen it from the beginning, from when they started planning it and then starting to build the bridge. I did just get a lot of really good information from the construction company that is part of the project. I said, just how much explosive material is on that bridge. And they wouldn't give me an exact number, but they just looked at me and laughed and said, significant. So there's a lot of explosive material. Then I asked about how is the bridge going to come down? And they said pretty much they're going to blow it up and then it's going to fall down on itself. And for folks who have been able to come over here and see the old bridge deck, they've chopped up most of it, but there are several spots where they have left this concrete. So I said, why did you leave that? There must be a reason why you left those pieces of concrete. And they said they just want that added weight in the middle of the bridge, so when they do set off the explosives, that the bridge is going to come down. I also talked about, what are you going to do to protect the other bridge, the brand new bridge that is right next to it? And they said they're working on those details. They have protective coverings. This is all planned out. Of course, there is going to be a lot of debris. That is a fact. There's going to be dust. There's going to be loud booms going off. And it's having a big impact on the people who live in the East End. We're going to turn things over to Addison Albert with more on the impact and the folks that you've been talking to, Addison. People taking it in stride, or are they worried? What's the feel that you're getting?
Yes, Susan, there is a mix of a bit of both. There is indeed a lot of excitement. The foot traffic has picked up over here in Squirrel Hill. We've seen some people walking. Maybe they got out of work early just to see it, or they've decided to maybe brace the heat. We think that there's been less crowds because it is so hot outside. But if we push in now to look at the bridge, we can still hear beeps coming from that area. Still an active work site and a lot going on. But earlier we spoke to a neighbor who says although the implosion is exciting to see and to hear it, he still finds it frustrating the traffic that this has been causing.
We have children that live in Swissvale that we used to be able to access within 3 minutes. Now that's probably about 30 to 40 minutes to get there, including our new grandson. So yeah, so we're not thrilled about that. But it looks like the workers are doing a great job.
And we're still in the early phase of the Parkway East closure, so there is a long way to go before more than 100,000 drivers get back on the Parkway. Many of the neighbors are concerned about the dust of the implosion and how loud that it might be, but we're told that the air quality will be tested after the implosion for safety and that the nearby houses will not be harmed at all. And if you take a look right now at where we are just outside of that area of where it is going to happen, the safety borders, I'll say, and we just spoke to workers who said that they're actually walking down the street right now. They're going to push some people back because they want to make sure that everyone is out of the way before that bridge comes down. Back to you, Susan.
All right, Addison, thanks so much. And just adding to that, they are encouraging people to stay behind that perimeter. Do not go into the blast zone because you know what's going to happen? It's going to delay things. And they don't want things to be delayed. And the folks who use that tunnel and drive the Parkway every day from the eastern suburbs, they don't want to see a delay. So we have a great view here in Somerset at Frick, right along the main drag. You can come over here and you can see everything. They said that we are in a very safe zone right here. You're going to be able to see it. You're going to be able to hear it. There are a lot of people who I think are probably getting home from work right now and are starting to make their way over here. But again, we're hearing that blast going off anywhere from 6 to 9 o'clock tonight. They're going to give us a 5-minute warning with a siren, then a 1-minute warning, and then hopefully all goes as planned. Gordon and Lisa, back to you in the studio.
Right, very exciting, Susan. This is causing some traffic headaches, though, and we are following breaking news of a water main break on South Braddock Avenue. Channel 11 traffic expert Tricia Pittman is back this afternoon. And Tricia, this is actually right along one of the detour routes.
Yeah, this is right along the local detour. So because that water main break is between Roslyn and Woodstock, instead you're going to have to go the long way around. So the detour, which is considered the local detour, instead of continuing Rankin Bridge up to South Braddock, at the end of the Rankin Bridge, you would have to turn onto Braddock and then electric to Ardmore Boulevard, back up to Wilkinsburg. So you have two options depending on your direction. If you are headed inbound, instead you exit at Wilkinsburg, Ardmore to 5th in Oakland, and then, or Ardmore, which becomes Penn, 5th, Oakland, all the way down to the Boulevard of the Allies, or outbound, you exit at Oakland, and then you take Forbes, crossing over South Belfield to 5th, and then Penn, which becomes Ardmore, going back out to the Parkway East at Wilkinsburg once again. So again, you want to take that highway detour, not the local detour.
All right, thanks, Tricia. And before you head out the door, make sure you download the WPXI News app. We have everything you need to know about the Parkway East closure, including project updates, available detours, and links to where you can check traffic conditions. And that app is free to download.
One person was hurt after a crash on Route 28. A Channel 11 traffic tracker drove past it at around midnight. This was in the southbound lanes near the O'Hara Township exit. No word yet on the condition of the person, and that crash is still under investigation.
Heat keeps coming as we head through the week. Temperatures tomorrow back near 90, but I want to show you we may not be quite as hot. I'll explain why next.
Saving money when buying a car. Coming up at 4:45, Consumer Advisor Park Howard is breaking down why you should consider electric.
New at 4, family and friends said their final goodbyes to a teenager who was shot and killed 2 weeks ago in the East Hills. 18-year-old Tristan Taylor died on June 30th while walking home from a vigil with his mother. Channel 11's Shatara McGee joins us live in the studio with how he is being remembered and a tragic twist in this family's story. Shatara.
Well, Lisa, Tristan Taylor's mom, Jakima, asked Channel 11 to cover his funeral as they celebrated his life. I first met her last month at an event focused on closing homicide cases and bringing families closure. None of us could have imagined just weeks later this mother would lose her son.
We see here a young man that was full of purpose and destiny. And what happened to him was not his fault.
Family and friends trying to make sense of the senseless, mourning a young man whose 2026 should have been a highlight reel.
A young man who was still celebrating graduation and preparing for his next best move is instead being laid to rest.
Tristan Taylor was supposed to start college this fall after graduating from Pittsburgh Alderdice High School.
That day was like, one of the proudest moments of my life.
The 18-year-old took his walk across the stage mid-June. Less than 3 weeks later,
2275 Wilder driver, unknown age, male, shot in the chest.
He took his last breath. Someone shot Tristan in the East Hills in front of his mom. She said a group of kids taunted the family as they walked home from a vigil. It was for Tristan's cousin, Jamarcus, killed in the same neighborhood in 2018. I met Jamarcus's mom last month as she and her sister continue to push for answers in his unsolved murder.
happening anyway, you know, because once that casket closes, that's it, you know, like, I just want them to step on our shoes, you know, with their child.
That's Tristan's mom, Jakima, on the right, comforting her sister like she has for 8 years. Now she too knows the pain of losing a child and the questions that come after.
I don't know, he cried on and off, because it's just like...
Jakima told us about her quiet, respectful, and hardworking son.
We will honor the courage he showed by protecting those he loved like he always did.
A young man they say deserves justice and didn't deserve death.
And I checked back in with Pittsburgh police today. They have not made any arrests or said if they know who killed Tristan. Today, his family buried him without knowing if he will get justice. We'll stay on it. Jatera McGee, Channel 11 News.
Just a very, very tragic and heartbreaking story. Thanks to Tara. In the meantime, the hero of Miracle on the Hudson is in the early stages of Alzheimer's. Coming up at 4:55, how he is using his diagnosis to help others.
Should you buy an electric vehicle or a gas-powered one? Consumer Advisor Clark Howard will explain why it all depends on if you want new or used. You're looking live at the site of the Commercial Street Bridge. PennDOT expected to demolish the bridge sometime between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. today. Channel 11's Susan Copen, Lawrence Lai, and Addison Alberg are all out there, and they will have live updates for us throughout the newscast.
And cars are expensive, but there are ways to save some money. Consumer Advisor Clark Howard explains why used electric cars could be the best deal.
About a year ago, I was telling you that when you're looking for a used vehicle, which 80% of people are buying used, not new, that there were some electric vehicle brands that were the cheapest used vehicles you could get. Well, now here we are a year later, and now it's pretty much across the board that if you're looking for a used vehicle without a lot of miles on it, the best deals in the marketplace are used electrics. They are crazy cheaper than gas engine vehicles being sold used. Now, new electrics are still more expensive than the equivalent gas engine vehicle, but at the used vehicle lot, totally different story. Just got to really think through, does the range of the vehicle work for you, and how much warranty is left on the batteries of that electric vehicle that you're buying used before you buy it. I'm Clark Howard.
The U.S. has intensified its airstrike campaign today in retaliation for Tehran's attacks on ships trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. military said it conducted a new wave of strikes against Iran's coastal defense systems and cruise missile storage and launch sites after reimposing a naval blockade of Iranian ports, while Iran threatened to shut off more regional energy exports.
A summer vacation is supposed to be a restful break, but if you let your guard down, you could end up getting scammed. The FTC has reminders on ways to protect your money. They say when looking for a deal on hotels or flights, just keep in mind if something looks too good to be true, it probably is. They also say you should stick with trusted websites, and if you are asked to pay with gift cards, cryptocurrency, or wire transfer, those are major red flags. This is a scam. Also be cautious about QR codes at popular tourist spots. Anyone could have put them there, and scanning it could infect your phone with malware.
Sports in a minute.
The All-Star Game is in the rearview mirror, and the Pirates are getting ready to return to action on Friday. The Bucks announcing their starters for the first series against the Cleveland Guardians. Jared Jones gets the first start out of the All-Star break. Saturday's game has Braxton Ashcraft on the mound, and on Sunday, Paul Skeens will make his first start post-All-Star break. The NHL announcing all of the home openers for the upcoming 2026-2027 season. The Penguins will open their home schedule on Saturday, October 3rd, when they host the Montreal Canadiens. They will also participate in two other teams' home openers. The Pens will be the Flyers' home opener on September 30th and the home opener for the Washington Capitals on October 7th. The ACC is revamping its tiebreaker format for its football championship game after a controversial finish last season that put 5-loss Duke in the championship game. After head-to-head competition, the team with the strongest overall body of work will earn the spot in the ACC championship. I'm Jenna Harner. That's Sports in a Minute.
Well, if you've been outside at all today, you know it is oppressively hot once again. Hopefully it's not going to last too long.
Yeah, let's check in with Stephen Crawford with more. Stephen.
Yeah, we are looking at hot temperatures. We sort of leveled off at 90 degrees now. Pittsburgh International Airport still feels like 95. And as meteorologist Scott Harbaugh was talking about today is going to end up being the hotter of the upcoming days. Overnight low temperatures are an issue too. We often look at this when we're looking at a heat wave, several days of hot, oppressive temperatures during the day, but at night, numbers just don't cool off much, so your body doesn't get a chance to recover. Still uncomfortable tonight with the overnight low down to 72. I mentioned an air quality alert. This is on board for tomorrow, and basically it's the entire state. Not unprecedented, but what we're looking at is wildfire smoke coming in from Canada up towards Minnesota, and that is moving southward. And by the time it gets here tomorrow, it is going to end up having an impact on your ability to be outdoors. So even general health is going to be affected. You may get that itchy feeling in your eyes, a cough, scratch in your throat. So as you're out and about tomorrow, just be aware of that. And if you are in one of the sensitive groups, folks that have lung issues, respiratory issues, this could be a compounding issue for you tomorrow as well. I'll show you more about the wildfire smoke forecast, but really it drills in here tomorrow afternoon and even into Friday. We're holding, or the PA Department of Environmental Protection is pushing out a code orange, still impacting some folks for the Friday daytime hours with that air quality issue. The weekend forecast, we are looking at showers and storms, so that'll wipe away some of the air quality, but it is going to have an impact on your time outdoors. I want to show you some new updates on Storm Tracker and when that rain could be the steadiest. Temperatures tomorrow, I tuned them down just a degree or two as a result of that wildfire smoke, but it's still hot. It's going to be near 90 and feel that way, so plan ahead before you head outdoors.
Check stolen from a mailbox right outside of a post office. Still has a new warning from the police chief.
A man accused of exposing himself at a local swimming pool. New at 5. what he told state police when they questioned him.
And you are looking live at the construction site of the Commercial Street Bridge. It is set to come down sometime between 6 this evening and 9 o'clock. We have team coverage live from Squirrel Hill. Next.
The pilot of the 2009 Miracle on the Hudson River landing, Captain Sully Sullenberger, announced this week that he is in the early stages of Alzheimer's disease. As NBC's Tom Costello reports, Sullenberger says he is determined to use his diagnosis to help others.
More than 17 years after Captain Chesley Sully Sullenberger became an American hero, expertly landing his crippled passenger plane on the icy Hudson River, saving everyone's life.
The river clearly was my only viable option.
Captain Sully today announced he's one of 7.5 million Americans aged 65 and older living with Alzheimer's. At 75, calling it the unwanted visitor at the door. He writes, "For now, this means a name may not come easily to me. I forget a story I've recently told, or I don't sleep as well, but I am in the beginning of this long journey." Alzheimer's researchers say diet, keeping cholesterol and blood sugar levels in check, exercise and sleep can reduce the risk of Alzheimer's. New drug treatments can slow its progression.
I don't know that we're going to have that one magic bullet, but I do think the combination of therapies can get people off the road to Alzheimer's disease.
After using his notoriety to push for aviation safety,
We can no longer define safety solely as the absence of accidents.
Sully says, "I am now part of a larger community with many of you, and we will be courageous together." Aviation analyst Captain John Cox has known Sully for 40 years.
He's clearly a role model, and he will remain that way for many, many years to come.
We need people to share their stories.
A new voice for an American hero. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
It is too soon to say for certain, but a new blood test may help determine if a person has a greater risk of getting Alzheimer's disease. The blood sample looks for a biomarker associated with certain plaques in the brain. Harvard researchers say healthy adults with increased levels of the marker have a 38% higher chance of early signs of dementia, and Alzheimer's diagnosis typically comes after invasive and expensive procedures. Blood tests may be an easier option.
Well, if you have ever used 23andMe, you could be entitled to compensation. The state attorney general announced a multi-million-dollar settlement with the genetic testing company over a data breach. Day Sunday says Pennsylvania will receive around $490,000 of the $18 million settlement. A data breach in 2023 compromised the genetic data of nearly 7 million customers. Around 200,000 Pennsylvanians were impacted.
Subaru is recalling more than 500,000 SUVs. The Highway Traffic Safety Administration says the SUVs were manufactured with an incorrect gross axle weight rating on the certification label, and that could result in vehicle overloading. Models under the recall include the 2019 to 26 Ascent, the 2025 to 26 Forester and Forester Hybrid, and the 2026 Crosstrek Hybrid. Owners can receive new certification levels through the mail and have them installed at the dealership for free. Subaru says it is not aware of any crashes or injuries resulting from this issue in the U.S.
Well, we are 2 years away from the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles, and organizers need volunteers. Volunteer applications are now open. 60,000 people will be needed, and track and field legend Carl Lewis is acting as the ambassador for the LA 28 Volunteers.
If you're a part of that moment, it's something you don't forget. It's like that old incredible song that you remember, you never forget. When it comes on, it takes you to that moment.
Olympic volunteers will serve in 8 categories, including communications, driving, medical, and technology. And thanks for watching Channel 11 News at 4. Channel 11 News at 5 starts in 60 seconds. Not zooming in at all. Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah. For this one, let's do that. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Breaking now at 5, a major leadership shakeup. 11 investigates is finding out why the city's fire chief is retiring and who will take over the department.
The old Commercial Street Bridge set to meet an explosive end in just a matter of hours. We have live Team 11 coverage at 5.
I'm excited for it. I mean, I've been watching, the progress. What nearby neighbors are saying about the blast and the many people traveling to get a look at the action.
A man accused of exposing himself at a local pool in front of children.
It's enough to make you not want to go to a public pool.
How long that inappropriate behavior lasted until police arrested him.
Channel 11 News starts with breaking news.
A live look at the old Commercial Street Bridge, now scheduled to come down sometime between 6 and 9 o'clock this evening. That's according to the latest information from PennDOT. Thanks for joining us at 5. I'm Lisa Sylvester.
And I'm Gordon Lash. Crews have been preparing for the demolition all day, but this is a moment years in the making. We have live Team 11 coverage starting with Channel 11's Susan Copen above the construction zone in Squirrel Hill. Susan?
Gordon and Lisa, you can see the bridge right over my shoulder here. This is one of the largest lateral slide projects ever in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So as we've been talking about, they're doing demo on the old bridge. They're going to slide that new bridge into place. This project started back in 2024. It is going to wrap up allegedly in the summer of 2027 when all is said and done. The $95 million project. That bridge sits 85 feet above Frick Park. There have been so many moving pieces to get all of this work done. The original bridge, that dates back to 1948 when they started building that bridge. It went from 1948 to 1951. It was major. That connected people from the eastern suburbs to downtown Pittsburgh. 100,000 cars use that bridge every single day. No pun intended. The people in the eastern suburbs and in the East End, they see the light at the end of the tunnel. They are waiting for this demo. They want that bridge to come down. They want the detours to stop. And part of that is making sure that this entire scene is secure. They don't want anybody going down into the woods, nobody in Frick Park, nobody hiding in a tree that is just going to delay things, and you don't want to be that guy. And Lauren Talata is joining us live now on the security perimeter and talking about the effort underway right now to make sure that everybody is clear from this scene. Lauren.
That's right. PennDOT is doing its part to keep everyone safe. It has set up a security perimeter surrounding the site, an 800-foot radius that the public should stay outside of between the 6 and 9 o'clock time frame. Now, people who live here at Walnut Towers are getting their popcorn ready for the show. They told me they'll be taking advantage of their bird's eye view as the bridge comes down. Now, PennDOT officials told us an incident management team will check the perimeter with personnel and drones. If anyone is found within that blast zone, well, guess what? That will delay the explosion. It will only occur after crews and that personnel have cleared the blast radius on the ground and in the air. They will then declare the zone safe for explosion. Now, PennDOT told us there are no restrictions regarding local homes on either side of the bridge and that none of the nearby homes are in the blast zone.
Definitely planning on hanging around. I've been over that bridge thousands of times. Definitely want to watch it come down, watch the new one slid into place.
It's been awesome seeing the whole work. I mean, I saw them, put up the bridge for over the past 2 years, and it's cool to kind of see the culmination of all this.
Now, the million-dollar question you might be asking yourself, how will we know exactly when this will take place? Now, PennDOT says a siren will go off twice, 5 minutes before and then 1 minute before the demolition. We're live in Squirrel Hill. Lauren Talata, Channel 11 News.
All right, Lauren, thanks so much. And of course, a lot of people are coming by this neighborhood in Squirrel Hill. They want to see it in person. They just want to take some pictures, talk to other people. Most of the people who I have talked to, and I said, why are you interested in this? Well, it's because they live, close to this area. They've been dealing with it for years, but also just the engineering of this is something to see in person. And Addison Albert is joining us now, right along where you can see the bridge over her shoulder as well here in Squirrel Hill. And Addison, a lot of people stopping by and talking to us today.
Yes, Susan, it almost seems like we're all on the same team. Everyone wants to know the same information, and we're all excited to watch this happen. This path has been pretty popular today. People have been walking by, driving by, more people since work is starting to let out, but we also spoke with the neighbors who live super close to all of the action, and they think that the crowds have been lower because of the heat that we're experiencing today, but they are just excited to watch a massive project in Pittsburgh happen right outside of their front doors.
It's 90 plus degrees, so I think that most people are going to get a bird's eye view by watching the local news and following it that way.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, I've been watching, the progress. I mean, we live right here, but I've also been, looking at all the pictures. I'm so thoroughly impressed with how much progress they made just from closing the bridge on Friday. So I'm pretty excited about the implosion.
And taking a live look at the bridge right now, you can see that there is still equipment on the bridge. A lot of it has been moved off, but there is still some things left on the bridge. We still hear beeping and people working. We did see a steady stream of cars on this road here in Squirrel Hill. A lot of people, again, still asking the same questions, but we'll bring you an update as we get it. Back to you, Susan.
All right, Addison, indeed, the work is slowing on the bridge behind me, that is for sure. There were a lot of big machinery out there doing their work today, but we are seeing a slowing of that. That is for sure. So we are getting close. 6 to 9 is when they say this blast will take place. Of course, they got to make sure that everybody is out of that blast zone. Back to you, Gordon and Lisa.
A great vantage point there, Susan. And Channel 11 traffic anchor Tricia Pittman continues her team coverage. The other big part of the story, of course, the traffic. We are monitoring a water main break affecting the Parkway East detour routes. Tricia.
And unfortunately, that water main break right on the local detour. Now, many drivers have been using that local detour, which takes you down South Braddock to the Rankin Bridge. That is not going to be an option right now because of the break. That means you have to take the long way around. So instead of continuing Braddock to Electric to Ardmore Boulevard back up to the Parkway East, you do have the option of using what is being called the highway detour. And at this point, most likely will move a lot faster than any of that additional detouring traffic. So coming inbound, you're going to exit at Wilkinsburg, Ardmore Boulevard, Penn Avenue into Oakland, or vice versa. If you're exiting at Oakland, we'll keep an eye on those delays.
Tricia, thank you. And now to more breaking news. A change in leadership within the Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire. Chief Investigator Rick Earl is live on the breaking news desk. Rick?
Gordon, the city just announcing in a news release this afternoon that suspended Fire Chief Darrell Jones will now retire. The mayor saying it's in the best interest of the city to move forward under new leadership. Of course, this comes after what the mayor called a comprehensive review of the oversight and finances of the Fire Bureau. Darrell Jones, who has been the fire chief for nearly 20 years, was suspended with pay last month after the new administration launched that review. Sources telling 11 investigates there were big questions about excessive overtime, failure to discipline firefighters, and as 11 investigates just reported last week, a firefighter who Jones allowed to continue working even though he failed his emergency medical technician test. That firefighter was fired last week. Jones has not commented on any of those allegations. This afternoon, Mayor Corey O'Connor releasing a statement saying in part, quote, "I'd like to thank Darrell Jones for his service and commitment to our country and the city of Pittsburgh. He's a good man that has done important work for our fire department and the safety of our communities." Now, Assistant Chief Matthew Davis will serve as the acting chief until a permanent replacement is named. Before Pittsburgh, Davis served as the fire chief in Dormont. Jones will not return to the city. He will use a combination of vacation time and paid leave until he retires on September 16th. Reporting live on the breaking news desk tonight, Rick Earl, Channel 11 News.
All right, thank you, Rick. And a live look over downtown Pittsburgh. We have been talking about this all day. It is another hot one out there, and when you combine it with the high humidity. Pittsburgh's chief meteorologist Stephen Cropper is tracking it all for us in Severe Weather Center 11. Stephen.
Yeah, we are looking at hot temperatures. In fact, the temperatures are so warm that the heat index now is up to 95 degrees. 90 is the air temperature, but remember, it's the feels-like temperature that has the main impact. I want to show you coming up, there is a code red air quality alert for the entire state tomorrow. It's a result of the wildfire smoke that's going to impact your outdoor plans. I'll walk you hour by hour through that forecast and how long that wildfire smoke could be an issue.
All right, turning to some other news. Thank you, Stephen. A Butler County man is accused of exposing himself at a community pool in front of children. Police say this lasted more than 30 minutes before he was arrested. Channel 11's Christine D'Antonio joins us live at the Butler County Jail with those disturbing allegations. Christine.
Yeah, Lisa, that 66-year-old man remains here at the Butler County Prison tonight after state police say he exposed himself and then started performing sexual acts in front of a group of children who were swimming.
So it's very upsetting.
Slippery Rock parents are outraged after hearing what 66-year-old Richard Weiland is accused of doing at the Armco Park YMCA pool.
It's enough to make you not want to go to a public pool and just buy a $10 kiddie pool and sit in your own yard.
Weiland, who is from Butler, was reportedly at the Armco YMCA pool along Centerville Pike in Slippery Rock Township last Thursday afternoon when witnesses first saw him expose himself. Police paperwork says Weiland then performed sexual acts in front of a group of kids for 30 to 40 minutes.
40 minutes of that. We're just lucky that it didn't go further than that.
State police say when they got to the pool, Weiland was leaving the area in his truck. Troopers pulled him over where he reportedly confessed to exposing himself because he was itchy.
We were thinking about getting a membership so that way we could go to the pool.
this is dissuading me ever so slightly.
One neighbor says she and her family were there over the weekend.
We live on a farm and stuff. We don't have a pool, but we like that there's public pools available and stuff like that. But that's seriously disheartening that there's people who would do that in a public setting.
Safe places where the kids are free to kind of roam supervised, but also roam a little bit in areas like that. It's well fenced in. It has some different things that have tried to keep families safe. So that's really a shame that somebody would not be able to control themselves.
State police say they also reviewed video footage captured by witnesses. Channel 11 reached out to the Armco Park YMCA, both in person and over the phone, but was not able to speak with anyone. Now, court documents show that Weiland waived his preliminary hearing today. He has a bond of $30,000 that he has not been able to post yet. Reporting live from Butler, Christine D'Antonio, Channel 11 News.
A fishing trip for cancer survivors ended in tragedy. The special event planned for the beloved fisherman who lost his wife.
Plus, the latest local district to tighten restrictions on student cell phone use during the school day.
And we are keeping a close eye on the commercial street bridge demolition set to come down later this evening. Stay with us for a live report at 5:30.
Several local school districts are tightening restrictions on student cell phone use ahead of the new school year. The Jeanette City School District is the latest to implement a new policy. As Channel 11's Rachel Pierce reports, leaders say the devices have become a major distraction.
The Jeanette City School District Superintendent says that cell phones can be valuable, but can also be a distraction in the classroom. That's why the district has implemented a new policy really limiting the use.
I think they're all consuming.
Jeanette City School District and Butler Area School District are just some of the latest districts to implement a cell phone ban. Butler Area School District Superintendent described the distraction from cell phones as enormous.
We want a positive school environment where kids are focused on the learning and relationship problem. And cell phones and other electronic devices become a distraction to that. So.
In Jeanette, cell phones also won't be allowed in locker rooms or bathrooms. In a letter, Superintendent Matt Jones wrote, quote, "These changes are intended to create a learning environment where students can focus on instruction while maintaining a safe, respectful, and secure school community," end quote. Critics of cell phone policies have argued cell phones are needed in emergency situations. The district district says exceptions are allowed for educational, medical, or emergency purposes. On the state level, the House and Senate passed their own legislation requiring schools to implement a bell-to-bell cell phone ban. But Dr. White of Butler Area School District says they want to have their policy in place in time for this school year.
We anticipate something coming at some point, but we want to make sure we're not doing something mid-year. We'd rather start the year with a consistent expectation all year.
Back here in Jeanette, the district says that any students that violate its policy may face disciplinary action. Reporting in Jeanette, Rachel Pierce, Channel 11 News.
A new plan aims to help student loan borrowers pay down what they owe. It's called the Repayment Assistance Plan, and according to the Department of Education, it will allow borrowers to have income-based payments rather than payments based on what they still owe. And these could be between 1 and 10% of their income. If they have dependents, the payments amounts will be reduced by $50 per dependent. Well, the annual reenactment of the Battle of Bushy Run is set to begin in the coming weeks. It's scheduled for August 1st and 2nd at the Westmoreland County Historical Site just outside of Harrison City. It's Pennsylvania's only recognized Native American battlefield. Visitors can walk in encampments and see reenactors demonstrating trades of the period.
Some residents in Minnesota are facing evacuation orders as a wildfire spreads in their area. It's called a campfire, and it grew to around 2,200 acres today. Residents around the evacuation zones are preparing to leave if the fire spreads, and many have already packed up and left. And terrifying moments for a Canadian train crew captured on camera. Take a look at this. Their train surrounded by a raging wildfire that's happened in northern Ontario. You can see the flames engulfing the crew cab. A spokesperson from the railway confirmed the crew was safely evacuated. More than 100 active wildfires are burning in northwestern Ontario right now.
Your Severe Weather Team 11 forecast.
And those wildfires impacting our forecast here. I'll show you in a moment. We're under a code red air quality alert tomorrow, basically meaning you're likely to have some sort of impact, either scratchy throat, maybe itchy eyes. Even healthy folks are under the threat for that, and I'll show you that coming up in a moment. 90 degrees on the money now, the temperature, but it's the heat index, what it really feels like. 97 is the heat index in Washington, at 100 in Latrobe. And for folks that are out and about, or for crews that are still working on that Parkway East bridge demolition, their heat index likely in the mid to upper 90s. So it is a sweltering afternoon for sure. Daytime high temperatures tomorrow. I tuned down a couple of degrees because of the wildfire smoke that should start to have an impact tomorrow after lunch into tomorrow evening. Even so, it's still going to be hot, near 90, and when you factor in the humidity, it is going to feel more like the mid to upper 90s. Might not quite make 100 or the mid to upper 90s for all areas. However, it is still going to be a very hot afternoon. And that wildfire smoke I mentioned has triggered an air quality alert for tomorrow, a code red. And interestingly enough, this is for the entire state. So it's not necessarily just one area as we often see across Southwest PA. This is for the entire state. And just to give you an idea of the timeline, here's the clock here in the top center of the screen. This is our surface smoke forecast. The brighter colors indicating the surface smoke becoming a little more widespread and very high as we head into late tomorrow night and into Friday. At this point, there is a code orange air quality alert for Friday. But what this means is that if you are out and about tomorrow, you're running, exercising, just use some extra caution. And if you are in one of the sensitive groups, you have respiratory issues, this is likely going to have an impact on your breathing. Temperatures tick down as we head through the weekend. It comes with showers and storms, though. 5:45, I want to show you the new storm tracker forecast, but we are looking at showers and storms and a fairly high percentage chance on Saturday. So if you have outdoor plans, plan for some impacts then. I'll see you back at 5:45 with more on your weekend forecast and more on the air quality alerts coming our way.
Stephen, thank you. They are seeing more and more reports of check washing. All new at 6, the mailbox, they say, has been a repeated target by thieves.
A devastating house fire linked to an oxygen tank explosion leaves a grandmother badly hurt.
We've lost every memory of my grandparents. My grandparents.
the neighbors who rushed in to save her.
And another live look as they wait for the old Commercial Street Bridge to come down. A live report from our crews there ahead at 5:30.
A woman is recovering after neighbors pulled her from a burning home just seconds before an explosion near Seattle. She is alive, but she faces a long road to recovery, and her family has lost nearly everything that they own. Madeline Otterly reports an oxygen tank may have caused that explosion.
There are generations worth of memories that burned in this fire, photographs and heirlooms from grandparents. Now the family that lives here is just trying to focus their best on moving forward.
Numb, devastated.
This is not the home Leah Velasquez remembers.
It's hard to put in words.
Scattered between metal and ash are memories reduced to rubble.
We've lost every memorabilia of my grandparents. My great-grandparents.
The fire started Monday. Leah was at home, but her neighbors were outside next door.
Heard a very loud concussive boom. Like explosion boom, and then I saw flames out the back of the house.
Leah's mom, Rose, was inside, hidden by smoke that was spreading fast.
My husband ran around the other side of the house. She couldn't move. She was just on the porch, and by the time he got there, the flames were like licking out the front door.
Stephanie Flakeland's husband grabbed her just in time.
Within about 30 seconds of getting her as far away from the house as we could, something else on the porch exploded.
Call it divine intervention. Stephanie and her husband weren't even supposed to be home.
We're supposed to be at soccer, and we just decided, yeah, we don't really want to go tonight. And had we not decided to not go, I don't know what would have happened.
She would have passed. She would have made it. Some of our pets didn't make it.
Leah doesn't know how this all started, but the family believes it had to do with Rose's oxygen.
Her nasal cannula, it blew up in her face, and then it just snowballed from there. Just seeing her come down with her burns and It was awful.
The road to recovery is just getting started, but Leah and her family are learning they're not walking it alone.
I'm hoping the devastation is to let people know life does go on. Be thankful for help, and it's okay. It's okay to accept help from people you don't know.
In Toledo, Washington, I'm Madeline Notley.
A fishing day on Lake Erie ends with a local man killed. The effort to support a local family rocked by tragedy.
Xfinity customers impacted by a massive data breach could be eligible for thousands of dollars. We'll tell you who qualifies.
And a live look as we await the Commercial Street Bridge demolition. We'll have a live update from that site coming up after the break.
Hey, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2. Thank you. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Thank you.
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check.
A live look now from the Parkway East, the Commercial Street Bridge demolition expected to happen in just a matter of hours.
Yeah, pretty exciting. We are all waiting. We want to get a live update now from Channel 11 News anchor Susan Copen live in Squirrel Hill. Susan.
Yeah, guys, we have been hearing that this is going to happen sometime between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. I was trying to nail down a specific time, and they said, 6 to 9 p.m. So we're all kind of waiting it out. We are going to get that 5-minute alarm. That siren will go off, then a 1-minute siren to let us know when that blast is going to happen. This has really had a huge impact, particularly on the folks who live in Squirrel Hill, people who live in Swiss Helm Park, and people who use Frick Park. The bridge was being built in Frick Park, the one that is going to slide into place. There have been so many disruptions over the past couple of years. We're talking about roads that were closed, beam deliveries, sewer lines that were moved. In Wilkinsburg, we had the off-ramp that had to be lowered. Frick Park, the trail down there for the bikers and the hikers, was interrupted. They took Commercial Street and they moved Commercial Street over so that cars could get around that bridge as they were putting it into place. And Addison Albert has been talking to residents in the East End about the bridge construction. It's been going on for a long time, and they are anxious to see that demo happen today.
Yes, absolutely. And Susan, you mentioned it. This doesn't just involve the people who live right here that we are just steps away from. This involves over 100,000 drivers who typically take the Squirrel Hill Tunnel to and from work, to daycare, from school, all of those things. So let's take a live look again right now at the bridge. And what I can tell you is the sounds have stopped. We see a lot of excavators moved off of the bridge, and I don't hear as much beeping as I was hearing just 15 minutes ago. So again, like Susan said, 6 to 9, not sure where in that time frame, but we don't hear anything as of right now. And earlier we spoke to a neighbor who said that although this implosion is exciting, he still is frustrated by the traffic.
We have children that live in Swissvale that we used to be able to access within 3 minutes. Now that's probably about 30 to 40 minutes to get there, including our new grandson. So we're not thrilled about that, but it looks like the workers are doing a great job.
Now we're still in the early phase of the Parkway East closure, so there is a long way to go for more than, again, like I said, 100,000 drivers are back on the Parkway. Many of the neighbors here are concerned about the dust after the implosion or how loud this might be, but we're told that the air quality will be tested after that implosion and that they have created a perimeter so that no one's home will be harmed in this implosion. And we are actually just outside of that safety perimeter where we are now with the view of the bridge, and like I said, just watching some people come in, take photos of the bridge, and others talking about their worries when it comes to that implosion. Susan.
All right, Addison, thanks so much. Yeah, we are in a very safe zone. We have a great view of the bridge over my shoulder. If you are trying to take a look and come in person, you need to be in that safe zone, and don't be a looky-loo in the woods. They're going to be putting up drones to try to spot people who might be hiding in that zone, trying to get a closer look at the bridge. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Susan. Positive sign. Things seem to be slowing down there, but the big issue now, traffic for a lot of folks. Channel 11 traffic anchor Tricia Pittman continuing our team coverage, and she's monitoring what we're hearing is a water main break impacting the detour route. Tricia.
Yeah, I've been told the water main break on South Braddock right now has the roadway closed between the area of Roslyn and Woodstock. That means that everyone that would normally take that local detour is asked to continue at the end of the Rankin Bridge all the way down Braddock Avenue to Electric to Ardmore Boulevard back up to the Parkway West, or East, excuse me. That is going to take you out of your way significantly. So you do have the option of taking what is called the highway detour. If you're headed inbound, you exit at Wilkinsburg, continue to Penn Avenue, 5th through Oakland, back to the Boulevard of the Allies. Outbound traffic taking the detour then from Oakland Forbes to South Belfield, then you continue 5th to Penn. Either way, we are finding some pretty significant delays because of that water main break and everyone trying to detour around it.
Tricia, thank you. Let's go live now to Channel 11. Amy Hudak on the breaking news desk following a big drug bust in downtown Pittsburgh. Amy?
Yeah, Gordon, Pittsburgh police arrested 2 people they say were operating a large drug distribution business. We want to show you a picture investigators just shared with us. They say they found $12,000 in cash, guns, and about $50,000 worth of heroin, pills, and cell phones. This is from a search inside a home and a car on Stanwyck Street in downtown Pittsburgh. Police say they arrested Kyrie Hairston Mitchell and Maya Bryant. They are now both facing multiple felony charges. Lisa?
Thanks, Amy. And Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is facing questions on Capitol Hill as he is seeking Senate confirmation for the permanent job. Gary Grumbach reports from Washington.
And what gets me through my days.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, hoping to remove the acting from his title, faced off with senators today in his confirmation hearing. Blanche grilled his relationship with President Trump.
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer, was his lawyer, and now I'm the Deputy Attorney General.
Defending the Justice Department's release of the Epstein files, which made some of the names and addresses of women who suffered at the hands of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein public.
I am sorry. that in about 1% of the documents, mistakes were made.
Blanche tangling with lawmakers on how women have been treated.
I have never settled on meetings with survivors.
I meet with these 10 survivors. I ask you,
If they have lawyers, as you know, I'm prohibited from meeting directly with them.
Blanche would have administered the so-called anti-weaponization fund.
I want to stick a fork in this turkey of the 1776 fund.
Created from a settlement President Trump made with the IRS, the administration said it was intended to compensate people who were victims of government overreach. Both Democrats and Republicans pushed back before the Justice Department killed it. But today, Republican John Cornyn pressed Blanche on how dead it really is.
Is the settlement agreement enforceable as a contract by the parties?
Well, yes, it's an enforceable document. So I suppose if President Trump's counsel sought to enforce it, they potentially could.
California Senator Adam Schiff, a former federal prosecutor himself, asking about Blanche's prior commitments to the rule of law.
What happened to the prosecutor who said that there wouldn't be a whiff of political partisanship?
I am still here. I am the same exact person I was when I was a federal prosecutor in the SDNY, which is do the right thing and do everything you can to keep communities safe.
Blanche has served in an acting capacity since April when Pam Bondi was fired. In that time, he has overseen investigations into several of the president's perceived political enemies. A confirmation vote for Blanche likely will happen for several weeks. Gary Grumbach, NBC News, Washington.
Countdown is counting down to the demolition of the old Commercial Street Bridge. Coverage of the countdown continues. 6.
Tragedy strikes the fishing trip for cancer survivors. Still ahead of the family of the man leading the trip is honoring his legacy.
Dry for a couple more days, but the weekend opens up some showers and storms. I'll walk you hour by hour through the timing and the best time to head outdoors.
This is Channel 11 Special Report.
We are cutting into programming to bring you breaking news after a day of waiting. Channel 11 just received word that the implosion of the Commercial Street Bridge has now been postponed until tomorrow morning.
Sources confirm the implosion is now set for 8 a.m. We are working to find out the reason for the delay.
And you can watch the very latest tonight on 11 and 11. And now back to your regularly scheduled programming.